Hello YouTube, it's Cheladero. Hello again. Gotta clean up my glasses. Okay, so we got some Dwarf Fortress going on today. Let's make sure everything is working. Just want to look at my channel. Just to make sure everything is working. Hey Cindy, just to make sure everything is working. Okay, looks like we are good to go. So hello again, Cindy. Welcome back. Good to see you again. And let's get started. So we're going back to our world Numashul, the Windy Realm, and our fort Curon Likot, the Holy Ink Fortress. It's the third slate, mid-spring, 107. So my goal with this fort, I want to make it to at least 10 years. That's kind of what my goal is. And we're doing alright so far. We haven't had many attacks because our world is pretty peaceful. Like, we're not at war with anybody. And the only people that were really a threat were the people at this Necromancer Tower, the Tower of Snarl Taper. But we've since cleared that place out, and now we don't have to worry about them. Maybe there's this one. 2 days travel, you could probably go there, and then there's this one too. What about this? I feel like we've gone there, but there's nothing there. And then these two, there's nothing in these either. But we could try sending a group over to there. Let's send just one squad. We'll send one squad there. And yeah, we'll leave it at that. Wait, what about down here? I don't want to instigate two. So let's just go after this one. And leave it at that. The fortress is 7 years. We're at our 7th spring, because we start in spring. And yeah, the Holy Ink. I know that's totally random, but it sounds pretty cool. It does sound cool, Holy Ink. But yeah, so we're 7 years old. And yeah, doing alright so far. We have a lot of dwarfs and other people. 243. That's pretty good size. It's not the biggest I've ever seen, but it's there. Okay. Just wonder if there's a way to look at the calendar in the game. Upper right corner of the screen. Hit Z. Okay, well, what's late? We're the 2nd month of spring, so it's April. So yeah, we're halfway through spring. Yeah, alright. Okay, let's get this going. Hit on pause. So somehow we managed to get more drinks again. I'm going to send out another gather order to get some plants. No, there's nothing. Yeah, there's like nothing right now. What's this? Oh, it's a squirrel. He's gone. He disappeared. Oh, that's cool. I know that you can get giant animals. I wonder if you can get giant squirrels. Cindy, we watched a pretty good movie the other night. It's Tomb Raider. But it's not the Angelina Jolie ones. It's, her name's Alicia Vikander. She's Swedish. And, it's like, I don't know if, Bro ever played the new Tomb Raider games. The one where she's like a kid. And, she's trapped on the island. But that's basically what the Tomb Raider movie was about. It was her looking for her dad. Who, and the guy who plays her dad is, like, well known to us. He's, an English guy who played in an American crime drama called The Wire. So he plays a guy from Baltimore, and he's a drunk. But, yeah, really good. But the movie, yeah, it wasn't too bad. It didn't go overboard with the feats of incredible strength, like movies normally do. Because, like, you know, feats of incredible strength are impressive, but when you see them over and over again, they get kind of redundant. So there's only a few of those, which is good. I don't know if it's more like a drama. It's more like a light action movie. So, like, how do I put this? It's like they weren't trying to make it like a big movie. They were just trying to make it a small movie. They weren't trying to cash in on the success of anything else. So it's not surprising that it's on Amazon Prime because Jason Bourne. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Jason Bourne is like pretty high action. I'd say like if you were to compare it to Jason Bourne, I'd say it's like half a Jason Bourne, because she's not like super skilled. Like, she's only, like, 18 or something like that. So she's not super skilled. Like, she doesn't even get a gun until the end of the movie. But, I don't know. It's like, if you wanted to make a Tomb Raider movie, this is a pretty good Tomb Raider movie. Because, like, I mean, what is Tomb Raider? It's, like, it's action, it's puzzles, it's, suspense, right? So, like, I don't know. Like, I like it when movies don't try very hard. Like, Marvel movies, right? Marvel movies try to be super funny. They try to be really picturesque. They try to be fantastic. And, like, yeah, not realistic. Yeah, exactly. Like, when she's fighting dudes in the movie, they're, like, more or less her size. She's not fighting like a grown man. They're like small dudes. And she's able to fight them. But like, if she was fighting like a giant or something like that, then I'd be like, yeah, there's no way. You'll have to use a gun. But they didn't do anything like that. Yeah, so like Deadpool and Wolverine, right? Oh, it's so funny. Oh, it's so this. Oh, it's so that. Yeah, but it's a pretty bad movie. Like, even though Ryan Reynolds got to say that Disney likes pegging, you know, Disney basically paid for that, so they don't care. You know, it's not like before when he made Deadpool and, you know, he was trying to get the movie made and no one wanted to make it, and then he finally got someone to make it and it was really good. But now that Disney has their mitts in it, it's terrible. And, who was I telling about Star Wars? Oh, I was talking to your youngest daughter. Because she needed me for a school thing. She's studying schizophrenia and stuff like that. So she needed to talk to someone about it. So she's like, I have 2 questions. And I talked to her for about 2 hours before I answered the questions. So she got more than she bargained for, but now she definitely has an idea of why her uncle is crazy. Yeah. Like, I love talking about that stuff because it's just so interesting. Like, I love that I went through all that. It's a great experience. But like, I'm not going to talk about it every single time I'm on here. But if I do get a chance to talk about it, yeah. So yeah, I talked to her for about 2.5 hours. and told her like all about what it's like having this, and she found it very interesting, which is good. But like most people that go through trauma aren't really willing to talk about it, because usually when they do, they kind of have a way of making people feel bad. So like when I talk about my stuff, I talk about it with humor. Like, oh, that shit was funny, you know, like, because it was. Even though I was having the worst time of my life, it was still funny. You know? Because I can laugh at that stuff. And a lot of people can't. Like, I don't know. Some people just can't handle trauma. But, yeah, so I talked to Europe about it, but, yeah, hopefully it helps with their projects. Because, like, the thing about mental health is, like, she wanted to ask about stigmas. And I didn't answer that question because we were already overdone. But, like, when you talk about stigmas, I think when it comes to mental health, a lot of people think that it's kind of gross. Like, oh, they're sick. They have an illness, right? Oh, yeah, like, I work, like, when I'm not busy, I just think about that stuff all day long. So, like, I'll walk. Yeah, it's super stigmatized. I was gonna get to that. People have no freaking clue what mental health is like. They have no clue. Like, they'll experience stuff that's like it, like being drunk, or being high, or being excited, or being upset. You know, they'll experience emotions that people with mental illness feel, but they don't feel them to the same degree as the mentally ill people. Like, when I don't think I've ever felt depression, but I have felt fatigue. And when I feel fatigue, I feel it. Like, I really feel it. Like, I was going to stream on Monday, some Neverwinter Nights, but then I woke up and I'm like, oh no, I gotta stay in bed today. So, I'm starting to get out of it. Like, I want to stream more than just Dwarf Fortress. Like, I do want to get back to doing a weekly routine. It's just hard, that's all. Because, like, I'm more or less kind of like, sounds like I'm still sick. Yeah, I still feel sick. But not as sick. Like, I got a bit of a phlegm build up or whatever. But it's not that bad. Like, if I'm laying down every now and then I have to cough. But it's not that bad. I might have been sicker than I thought because, like, I've been off of streaming for over 2 weeks. And I didn't feel symptoms until last week. So I must have been getting sick. And that's why I stopped doing stuff. Because, like, let me pause this for a sec. I'll just go to where my last stream was. The 10th. Yeah, it was last week. And then it was the 4th before that. So, yeah, I have not been streaming that much lately. But that's okay. N4H5. What's that? N3H, yeah, an N4H5 is a single stage heat pump with R410A refrigerant. N3H4. N3H4 is the chemical formula for hydrazine. It's used in rocket fuel. It's a flu kind of thing. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, they come up with fancy names for stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I've had sicknesses like that before, where it's like COVID, and that was before COVID. This was probably like 2018. No, it's probably before that, like 2016, 2015. But I had like a respiratory illness for like 3 weeks, and I basically spent the whole time in bed. That was not very fun. Like, I was so wiped out, like, I couldn't do anything. Because normally, like, when I'm sick, I'll be up watching TV or something like that, but this was, like, way worse. I couldn't do anything. But, like, there's always something, right? Like, there's always some kind of disease going around. It's just sometimes they have a fancy name to it, right? Like swine flu and bird flu. Like, it sounds really bad because, like, oh, who wants animal flu? You know, that sounds pretty gross. But is it any different than a cold or a flu or whatever? Not really. Like, that's the thing. Like, there's a pandemic going around, but, like, I don't go anywhere. So how am I gonna catch it? You know, like, you only get sick if you're exposed to the illness. So if you don't go anywhere and no one comes or leaves, then you're never gonna get sick. So I try to avoid that. Like, but you can't. Like, you have to go out, you have to see people, right? So I'm not going to complain about being sick anymore, because, like, I only get sick maybe, like, once every couple of years. It's not that big of a deal. And it's not like I'm missing out on anything. Like, being sick and having a job is the worst, because you don't want to miss out on getting paid. But you also don't want to get anyone sick either, right? It looks like that's a hole there. No, I already fixed that. So what's something we could do today? I was kind of thinking of trying to find a way to dig down. This is all full of water, with a dead cat at the bottom of it. That's kind of creepy. Maybe we can dig down here. Okay, let's... because we gotta do something. Just gotta wait for someone to show up and dig this. Because, yeah, like, this is totally full of water. So I gotta see if I can dig somewhere else. But yeah, another movie we want to see. We were going to watch it last night, but Mom had her Stardew Valley date. Uncharted. You've probably heard of Uncharted before, because there's the games, right? Well, Uncharted is the exact same DNA as Tomb Raider. So I want to watch Uncharted. Okay, it's doing the thing where they won't keep digging. Seen it? Yeah, okay. I thought it was interesting that they made it an origin story because, like, they have Mark Wahlberg in it, right? Well, originally he was going to be Nathan Drake, and I'm like, oh, sweet. Mark Wahlberg as Uncharted. How I used to play it? Cool. Yeah, I used to play it too. It used to be a lot of fun. Yeah, so I'm like, okay, Mark Wahlberg, that sounds pretty cool. And then they're like, hey, you know what's a great idea? Let's get Tom Holland to be a young Nathan Drake, and Mark Wahlberg can be Sully, the mentor. And Mark Wahlberg still looks pretty young. Like, he's got to be in his 50s. Like, let's look here. Marky Mark, our brother from another dimension. He's 53. So he's not young, but he still looks young. Like, I don't know if he probably dyes his hair. Because, like, his brother Donnie Wahlberg's got gray. But I wouldn't be surprised if Mark Wahlberg dyed his hair. Probably my favorite Mark Wahlberg movie is Shooter, the one where he's a sniper. Like, that's fantastic. So, this is a funny story for anyone who ends up watching this. My mom, Cindy's husband's mom, Cindy's my sister-in-law. Our mom had a dream where she was sitting in a rocking chair and she was bouncing Mark Wahlberg on her knee. So she was like cradling him like a baby. And she woke up and she's like, I had a dream where I was cradling Mark Wahlberg. So we all joke about that, like, oh, Mark Wahlberg, yes, our other brother. Yeah, that shit is hilarious. Holy crap. That's why you have to love your parents, right? You have to love them because sometimes they say stuff where it's like, what the hell? So yeah, look, we're in an aquifer. I don't know if we'll be able to dig down here because it looks like it wants to fill up with water. We're not even that deep. This is only elevation -2. I don't think they're digging because it's wet. Damp sandstone wall. Oh, I'm like, why are they not doing anything? It's paused. Okay, are you gonna dig? Why is he moving so slow? No, they don't want to do it. Okay, what if we dig out? Will they dig that? Oh, man. I mean, our dwarfs are pretty happy. There's not a lot of unhappy ones. That's really good. Someone wants to join. A main worthy crow. Probably a human. Join on up. Sid, the animal dissector, frozen hunter. Still hanging out. They still haven't talked to anybody. Taffershilgus. Professional animal dissector. That's pretty weird. He's like a serial killer. Chuck Testa, the taxidermist. Oh, look, we actually have barrels of booze now. Sewer brew? What's sewer brew? Sewer brew? I want to look that up. What the heck? Interesting. No, no one knows what sewer brew is. Okay, they're still making drinks, which is good. Let's build some more barrels just in case we need more. And we have plenty of natural resources. So then there's this. Like, you have to build this on something flat. But, like, I don't know how I'm going to get this water out of here. It's not, this part isn't filled up, but the bottom part is. Dwarf, mace, dwarf corpse, lower front tooth. Okay, no worries, Cindy. Why do you have to wear work gloves? So you look professional? Look at all these water buffalo calves. Holy cow, how many animals do we have? Oh, yeah, okay. That'll do it. Holy cow, so many dogs. Holy cow. You can pick up a paperclip with gloves on? Oh, wow, that sounds really interesting. Do you know what those gloves are called? So I could look them up? Holy crap. We have a bunch of donkeys, too. Available as a pet. Gelded. Oh, yikes. Firm grip, general purpose. Okay. I don't know if these are the gloves you have, but they're pretty cool. The Depot of Home? Okay, yeah. So I was looking at the right thing. So yeah, those gloves look pretty sweet. Man, whenever you try to look something up that is for sale, Amazon is just all over it. I used to like ordering stuff from Amazon, but then I started getting, like, food. Like, I ordered some chips from Amazon, and they were, like, expired massively. So I was like, wait a sec. Is Amazon really that good? The answer is no, because what they do is they just buy shit in bulk, and then they sell it to you on sale. They're looking for the bottom line, right? They're looking for the bottom line. And, like, I bought a coffee machine, a Keurig, from Costco for $200. And then, like, a month later, Amazon was selling the exact same machine for $100. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, you mean I could have waited a month and I could have saved $100? But, like, how do you know those machines are any good? Yeah, Home Depot is good. Human bard has been found dead. Oh yeah, that's old news. Is someone still making mussel shell crowns? Maybe we need bins too. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, they're still making crowns. Mussel shell. The heck? How is there so many mussel shells there? So much food. This is our food stockpile. Yeah, it's filling with water now. I don't know if I can go any deeper than that. If I can dig out those walls and then put a ditch, then maybe I can prevent the room from filling with water. Yeah, get to work. Okay, let's build a trench. Yeah, these triangles here usually mean... Is that slope? I think it means slope. Okay, can we dig deeper? Okay, is anyone gonna dig this? Okay, someone's here. Yeah, it looks like it's just gonna fill up with water. That's too bad. This is not a very good spot for digging. How'd you do with the exam, Cindy? Oh, wow, that's really good. Yeah, 90% is not too shabby. That's good. And then when do you start your next stage of the class? June 16th. Okay, so you get to take a bit of a break off before you start again. That's cool. Oh, it's going to be Thursdays. Okay. So then you'll probably be working Tuesday nights again. Is that it? Well, let's dig this out. Slowly filling up with water. That's too bad. I feel for you. I mean, no one knows how much work sucks than I do. I mean, I've made a point of my life avoiding work. Not that I won't do stuff, but you know, I try to avoid it whenever I can. Not that I don't want to work, but like it's like I don't see the point of stuff like raking leaves, right? Like I don't really see the point of raking leaves, but other people do. So I did the driveway because like you don't want the leaves on the driveway to freeze, you know. So like I don't think of the stuff in that way. That's my thing. Like I don't own the property, so I don't know what pressures there are with like keeping it looking a certain way or whatever, or keeping your neighbors happy or whatever. Like our neighbor was raking the leaves. He did it like 3 times. And it's like, okay, well, if he wants to do that, you know, let him do that, but he shouldn't be the only one to do that. So, like next year when we have leaves, I'll have to rake the leaves up myself just to keep it fair. And that's fine. Like I don't have a problem doing that stuff anymore. I used to because I'm like, oh, anything that takes me away from doing what I want to do is a waste of my time. You know, that's the way I used to be. And I don't feel that way anymore because, you know, I have a place to live. So if the price is I have to rake the leaves, you know, a couple times a year, that's not that big of a deal. My thing has always been like, do I look stupid? Like, am I doing this the right way? Do I look stupid? You know, like I'm always like, am I doing this the right way? But like people tell me there is no right way to do anything, but there are people out there that do have those ideas where things need to be a certain way, and I try to avoid those people. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. There's just a little bit of water coming up. It's not that much. Let's try and get deeper. Because we're only at -6. That's not very deep. Or these white jades. Stray water buffalo bull. Oh boy, we're gonna have even more water buffaloes. As long as you're able to handle it, yeah. Like, with this streaming thing, I'm like, oh, do I really want to do it? You know, like, or am I just telling myself I want to do it? And I think I do really want to do it. But there's, like, I have hang-ups. Like, I'm just not as into games as I used to be. Like, I'm enjoying this. Like, I'm trying to get them to do something, right? You know, I'm playing the game, but let's go down to 12. But like, I don't know. Like, I want to get back into doing it 6 days a week, like play 6 different games a week, and see if I can do that again. Because like only playing a game once a week, that's not that much pressure. and I won't really get bored of it. So like what I was doing before, I was playing like, yeah, six different games or 5 different games or something like that, and that was going all right. My thing is, I'm not. I don't. Farmer has been possessed. English. Wait, which one was it? Stasm host. I forgot what the name is already. See, that's bad. English Stizam host. In a strange mood. Has a spouse and 2 lovers. Holy cow. Who has time for that? What's all this stuff? It's like the graphics have changed. Because look, when you look at the barrels, you can actually see food and stuff in them. It wasn't like that before, so that must have been an update. Okay, we're making booze still. Yeah, so like I don't like the games that I want to start playing, I don't really remember them that well. So I don't know if they're going to be frustrating or not. That's kind of what I'm worried about. Like I don't want to start something and then not finish it. That's kind of what I'm worried about. Oh, you can see the mudstone blocks in the bin, and you can see the iron bars in the bin now. That's really cool. I just have to get back into a routine, that's all. Because, like, getting up in the morning is usually pretty tough, because, like, when I have something happening in the day, instead of, like, just getting up and doing stuff beforehand, I want to, like, just sleep until it's time to get up and do something. Because, like, apprehension really gets to me. But, like, that's just me psyching myself out. I'm probably going to be fine, you know? Like, video games are not going to harm you, right? And that's not really what I'm worried about. It's, I don't want to be like, oh, F this, you know? Like, oh, what's a game that I have a hard time with? Like, Warhammer 3. Like, I spent a lot of time playing that, but I find I don't really enjoy playing it as much as I used to, because it ends up being basically the same thing every time. Like, there's 100 different factions, and they each have their own unique mechanics, but, you know, the units are basically the same. Like, infantry is infantry, missile units are missile units, monstrous infantry are monstrous infantry. Like, they're the same no matter what faction you play. The only difference is the stats, so some are better than others, like, Bastillodons in the Lizardmen. They're actually really bad because they're super slow. So it takes a long time to actually kill stuff with them. But like for the vampires, they have the Vargle, which is fast. So you can get in and you can do lots of damage and you can get out, which is great. So, like, a lot of the factions are basically busted or not really worth playing. And, yeah, it's just, I don't enjoy playing that game anymore. And it's too bad, because I invested a lot of time and money into it. Like, how much is the DLC? Like, if I go on Steam, and I go to Warhammer 3... the DLC is, it's on sale right now, but it's $224. Holy crap.
Storm clouds gather.
Whoops. Don't want to play that crap. Yeah, get my stream taken down. But yeah, so like, it's probably closer to like $400 for all the DLC, unless you get it on sale. So like, that's a lot of money to invest in just one game. And like I said, they basically end up being the same. Why so much money? Because that's what game industries do now. Yeah, exactly. It's a DLC. But the thing is, when you make like one DLC, okay, I can afford that. But when you make 20 DLC, like, you think that's bad, Cindy? I'll tell you an even better one. The Sims. So hang on a sec. So The Sims 4 is free to play. It's free to play. You don't have to pay to buy it. But what it does have is $1,146 worth of DLC, and that's on sale. So if this DLC wasn't on sale, it would probably cost you about close to $2,000 for all the DLC. Oh, that's the thing. Like, the games How plays are like one DLC. Like Skyrim, right? So Skyrim has... Let's go to the store page. Shut up! Yeah, Skyrim has one DLC, but it has the Creation Club, right? So there's still DLC, it's just you're not paying real money for it, you're buying a premium currency for it. But yeah, so Cindy, this is what games are doing now. Instead of making a fully made game and selling it, they make you an incomplete game, and then they sell you DLC. And the DLC is how they make their money. So like, Elden Ring. Elden Ring just announced new content, and they sold like 2 million copies of the game just by showing a trailer to their latest expansion. And yeah, like, games are less of a thing that you buy and more of a thing you subscribe to now. You subscribe to them. Souviens. Yep, I agree. But that's the way games are now. Like, they don't want you to buy the game. Like, they don't want you to buy a game from Steam and give Steam money. What they want you to do is they want you to go straight to them and pay for a subscription. So, like, there's, like, games for Windows. The Game Pass, right? The Microsoft Game Pass. You can play a brand new game for only $18 a month. So, it seems way cheaper, right? But you have to play the shit out of that game and beat it to get your money's worth. So if you're gonna like spend, you know, $100, English Stizam host farmer has created Eturzim Solam Astel, a Kalanite table. He offers it to the rack of influencing. Wow, legendary table. Where are we gonna put that? Put it here. Yeah, and the problem with making games a subscription is that they can remove the game or edit it or change it anytime they want. So you no longer own the games you buy. So what'll happen is, like, there's this game called Concord. It's gonna be like Overwatch. They pulled the plug on the game and took it off of your list, so you can't even play it offline. Like, it's just gone forever. So if you put any money or time into it, you wasted your time. And there's a lot of projects like that going on right now. Like, the people that made Total War, they were making a game called Hyenas. And it was going to feature zero-gravity combat, which sounds interesting. But then when you think about it, zero-gravity combat is just people floating in one direction, right? It's not like they have thrusters or anything like that. So you're literally just going, like, line to line from one point to another shooting at people. You know, it's not that interesting. And they sunk about $100 million into the game. This guy's blue. The heck? Why is this guy blue? A medium-sized creature prone to great ambition. He is unbelievably strong and basically unbreakable, but he is susceptible to disease. His skin is pale brown. What? The guy's blue. I'm like, is that an elf? No, he's, knowledge. He knows a lot of poems. Weird. Yeah, so, yeah, the gaming industry is just becoming really nasty now. So, like, that's why people are so into indie games now. Like, most of the games being made these days are indie games. And indie means it comes from low income. Like, if you're a AAA game company, you're investing tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in your game. It's like Hollywood, right? Whereas indie games, they're spending way less than that. Like, how much to make an indie game? Anywhere from $1,000 to millions of dollars. So, like, Dwarf Fortress is an indie game, right? Like, did I have to pay for this? Shut up. Yeah, I bought Dwarf Fortress. But, it's basically an indie game. Because it's only made by 2 people. And they made the game themselves, and then it got to a point where a lot of people were playing it, and then they got people to make graphics for the game, which is really cool. Like, if this game didn't have these graphics, I wouldn't be able to play it. So indie games are like, you know, basically where it's at these days. Like, I watched the Game Awards, but it's the same thing as everything else, you know, like the movie awards, right? It's all about wealth and prestige. So the game that won the Game Awards was friggin' Astro Bot, which is like a kid's game, right? Like, it's cute, right? But, you know, it appeals to more people than just a regular game, right? Like, it appeals to women, it appeals to children, it appeals to the elderly. Games like that are going to be way more successful. And this is the problem with game development now, is instead of making games for fans of the game, they're trying to make games for new fans. Like, they're trying to get people that don't already play games into playing their games, and it's like, well, what about the rest of us? Right? But, like, I'm just an old man, you know? Like, I'm 34, but I may as well be 100 years old when it comes to my ideas about games. Like, I think the older games are better, just like I think the older movies are better, because there's a lot less cheating. So, like, we watched Lord of the Rings, the extended edition. It's like 3.5 hours. Great movie. And, yeah, there's a lot of CGI in it, but when you're watching the action is real people acting. And not a lot of movies do that anymore. So if you want to watch a good film, like, well-made film, watch Lord of the Rings, right? It's great. But like Harry Potter, right? Oh, Harry Potter's so great! You know, there's a lot of CGI in Harry Potter. And, you know, it's hard to really believe what you're watching when you know it's CGI. And, like, I like CGI, but I know it's fake. So that's why I like the real stuff better. Like cartoons, right? Cartoons used to be drawn with a pencil. You would do the individual cells by hand, right? And it's art. Like, that's real shit. It's not that computer generation isn't art, but it's not to the same degree because you're not using your own talents to do it. Like, computers make things really easy to do now. Like, that's how I make my thumbnails. Like, I can take other pictures, I can chop them up, and I can put them together into a new picture. So that's what I mean. Like, computer graphics isn't necessarily art, but it is a tool to make art. So for those of us that are artistic, we can make artistic stuff with computers. But like, now you have AI, right? So people are using AI to create art and to create literature. And the thing they don't understand is, when you use AI, you're giving up your rights to what you create. Like, the rights belong to the AI now. So like, I heard about a lawyer. A lawyer took all of his court documents, fed them through AI, and then submitted them. And they're like, how the hell did one guy do like a month's worth of papers in one day and submit them? And they went through all of his papers and they found that it was full of errors and full of delusions. And by delusions, I mean like stuff that's not true. So the AI will read these documents and then make shit up. So if you don't think that's a problem, well, if you're talking about the legal system, if people are just making shit up and nobody fact checks it, you know, that's chaos, right? So like, AI is like, oh, they think that it's going to be the greatest thing ever, but it's not. Like, it's a very simple thing. And it relies entirely on the internet. Because that's where all the information is, right? So when you say, make me a legally distinct Harry Potter, like, it knows what Harry Potter looks like because it can look it up on the internet. So it knows how to make a legally distinct Harry Potter. You know, it can do that. Or like music. It's like, write me a song about dwarfs, you know, and they'll be singing stuff, but they'll be saying stuff that's not true. You know? But it sounds good. Someone did a sermon like that? Yeah, so that's what I mean, like, it's not really that great. You know? People are investing a lot of effort into it because it's new. Well, it's not that new. Like, AI's been around for a long time. But the way it's being utilized now, what do you call it? It's called a pattern recognition algorithm. So all it does is just look at a database of stuff and then pick what it needs from that. Like, that's not new. Yeah, like, the thing about it is, you know, it's basically just frivolous. So, like, I appreciate AI art, but you can tell AI art because it ends up being the same thing over and over again. Like, the same picture, the same song, or the same whatever. Over and over again. So it gets redundant really quickly. It's not like a meme, right? Like, memes don't usually get redundant. Like, what happens with memes is they get reinforced. So, like, a really good meme is, are you winning, son? If you look that up. Are you winning, son? You know, like, there's a whole bunch of memes related to it. And it's really good. Like, I don't know where it came from, but it's funny. Because, like, having your dad bust in on you and being like, are you winning, son? Like, that shit's funny. You know? Like, that's something I would do if I was a parent. Like, if I heard my kid freaking out in their room, I'd bust the door down and be like, are you winning, son? Like, that's what I would do. But that's probably why I shouldn't have kids, because you shouldn't torture your kids. Or maybe you should, I don't know. Like, a little torture's not going to kill you. You have to, like, learn to deal with that stuff. Like, that's what teasing is, right? Like, my brothers used to tease me about stuff. And, you know what I did? Instead of freaking out about it every time I got teased, I just learned not to do something that would get me teased. You know, that's normal behavior. And I have freaking mental illness, and yet I can still do that. Whereas people without mental illness can't handle that. Like, some people just can't handle being teased at all. Like, it just drives them freaking crazy. And they hold a grudge. But it's like, you know, people don't usually tease you maliciously. They're usually trying to have a good, like, have a laugh, right? What the hell's that smell? smells like garlic or something in here. Hang on a sec, I gotta check that out. They're called Democrats, Sean? Oh boy. Yeah. I feel for you, man. Like, Canadian politics isn't much better. Just a bunch of clowns, right? How you doing, Sean? It's good to see you. Yeah, my dad's cooking something, so I'm like, what's that smell? Like, I had to go see what it was. Because, yeah, he loves garlic and he loves onions. Which, I don't. I'm like, oh, gross. You've been watching for a while? Oh, okay, cool. So you know what I'm talking about. Excuse me. Yeah, like... when, like, Trump is saying, like, oh, what did he call it? Hang on. What did he say? Well, I don't know. Trump said something like, the state of Canada is in a rough state of mind or whatever, and I'm like, I think it's funny that he likes to refer to us as another state, because like, I know there's some people that would love to be a part of America. Jason Bourne, the flu, yeah. Like, politics is just one of those things that you can't do anything about, right? Like, you're not in a position to be able to do anything about it. Like, Sean, have you ever heard of Vermin Supreme? He's this guy that runs for office in the States, and he wears a big rubber boot on his head. He's like a wizard. And he goes to political rallies and he tries to, like, get people to see the truth about politics, that it's not that big of a deal. So yeah, like, Vermin Supreme. Like, that's a guy I would vote for. Because, like, he's not a politician, right? Like, that's the thing I like about Trump, okay? Like, Trump's a big a-hole. Right? Because he's gotta be. But, he's not a politician, right? Like, he's a businessman. And if you ask me, I would rather have a businessman in control of the country than a politician. Because politicians are concerned with acquiring power. Like, look at Trudeau. Trudeau's got like 70 people in the House of Commons under his belt. So that's most of the House of Commons. Like, how many seats are there? How many seats in the House of Commons? $338 members. Yeah, so they're not even a majority government, right? So because they're not a majority government, they have to struggle to acquire power. And that's the shit that drives people crazy. Like, they don't do anything for their own country. They do stuff for themselves. Like, Justin Trudeau. Oh, I'm going on vacation to Jamaica. You know, like, why do people go to a poor country to vacation? Oh, look, thieves. Like, why do they go to a poor country? Like, I don't understand that. Like, why not vacation in your own country? Oh, it costs too much money. And you know you're not going to see anything different. Like, my mom and my older brothers, they took a trip out east, like the east coast of Canada. And they said it was the most boring trip they've ever had because there's just nothing to do out there. There's just nothing going on. And it's funny because it's like, oh, the East Coast is so great. You know, I love the East Coast, but there's nothing there. You know, like, what is it that you like about the place? That's what I find funny. Like, what do you like about it? Is it that there's nothing there? All the animals are going crazy. What the hell? The animals are in a tree. What are they doing? The animals just climbed up into the tree. It's getting a little bit crazy here. They look like, they were like donkeys. Monkey donkeys, yeah. We have a lot of animals here, too. Like, if I look at my livestock list, there's gotta be, like, overall training. Oh, what the heck? These are all the animals that you can... Giant rats, giant moles, gremlins, helmet snakes, naked mole dogs. This is new. Voracious cave crawlers. The heck? Interesting. So we have like 100 animals. It's gotta be over 100. Yeah, straight up over 100 animals. Okay. Let's check that cave I started digging. You gotta eat something? Yeah, better keep your blood sugar up. Okay. Yeah, it's filling with water. But it looks like we got past it. Okay, let's dig this out a bit. We're at -6 now. Yeah, for some people, eating in the morning's really important, but like, I don't like to eat during the day because it makes me sleepy. Like, I'll get to a point where I have to take a nap, basically, and I don't want to do that. So I drink coffee. Like, there's a bit of milk in the coffee, so I do get some nutrition from it. But coffee is one of those things where you can kind of just drink that and not really think about what you're eating. Like, for me. It's not for everyone. Like, some people drink coffee and they have to take a violent shit after. I think you're drinking bad coffee is what it is. Because some people have said, like... What's this blood? Oh, it's the immortal blood. The pool of Yell Search the Unbridled's Minotaur blood. Grey Langer blood. Ustath Boltwhip's blood. And barley wine. Just smearing that stuff all over the place. Okay, what's this stuff? Tetrahedrite? Let's see if we can get a bit deeper. Yeah, dig that up. Because I want to see if I can get to the underground caves. Got another yak calf. Mist. Ithith Seraviv Peeve. Like, these names are so weird. It looks like they're digging down. Okay, it looks like we're getting down there. This is what I'm talking about. We've broken into the caverns. I have to be careful with this, because things can come up after us. How far down are we? Like, can we walk down there? Okay, what if we build some floors? What if I put a hatch on it? Can I put a hatch on it? Stoneworkers, can I make a rock hatch? Rock hatch cover. Okay, let's build that. Man, we're at 9,000 food. That's insane. Okay, it's been assigned and it's active, so just gotta wait for him to come and make the hatch. Okay, let's check this. Report. Raid. Okay, let's check the report on that raid. Whoa. Okay. We didn't get anything. Okay. Make this bigger. Human caravan, okay. Okay, water's coming up. How is that blood there? Oh, I'm paused. Okay, I'll put some floors here. Okay, build those floors. Someone's just dragging blood everywhere. Okay, let's wall this off. Oh yeah? Okay. So you're a cyborg then, technically, Sean. You're a cyborg. That's pretty cool. I mean, not to make light of your situation, but yeah, it does technically make you a cyborg. Just saying. So that's too bad you can't drink coffee. I think the best cup of coffee I ever had, I had in America. I forget which state it was, but it was a Circle K. We were like it was the second day of our trip. And we stopped off at a Circle K. And we have them up here. But the Circle K we stopped off at had this amazing machine where they had like 5 hoppers of beans. Yeah, with you, Cindy. You like, there's hoppers of beans, and so it grinds the beans fresh, right? And then there's all these different flavored creams from a machine. So you can make like any kind of cup of coffee you want. So I did like holiday spice or something like that. It was like cinnamon and clove and stuff like that in a coffee. And yeah, I forget which state that was. But like McDonald's, for example, like American McDonald's coffee is pretty bad. Yeah, we weren't a big fan of that. But the Circle K was really good. It's too bad you can't drink coffee. Like, you shouldn't have caffeine. Like, that's too bad. Can of tuna, yum yum. I've eaten a few cans of tuna in my day. Oh, Cape Canaveral. You've been to you went to Camp Canaveral? The only one with table cream? Oh wow, that's amazing. My favorite way to eat tuna, Sean, it's in macaroni salad. Now, most macaroni salads that you buy from the store don't have tuna. It's the one our mom makes. So, you went swimming? Cool. So, she makes macaroni salad like this. She boils the pasta, rinses it, and then she mixes it with mayonnaise and canned tuna. Then once she's mixed the tuna and the mayonnaise in, she shreds carrot, mixes the carrot in, and then puts paprika on top. Like, that's my favorite way of eating tuna, is macaroni salad that she makes. It's really good. And it's super easy to make, right? Like, all you need is mayonnaise and tuna. Like, you don't have to put the carrot or the paprika in it. But yeah, like, that's not bad. So this is filling up with water. This is filling up with water. What the heck, dude? So we'll have to dig somewhere else. What level are you at in Fallout, Sean? I assume you've still been playing. So you gotta be getting close to level 100 at this point. Like, what level are you at now? I'll be playing Fallout again this Friday. I kind of want to get back to doing 6 games a week. And doing it like that. Because, like, I was pretty busy while doing that. You know, if I put, like, 20 to 30 hours a week into this, that's not bad. But, yeah. Because, like, some people will stream for, like, 12 hours, you know? And it's not really an effective use of your time. So this is filling up with water. So if I want to get down here... Okay, this might be a way down. Oh, man. I think probably the worst thing I've ever smelled was a canned food item. My dad gets this canned chicken from Costco. And I'm watching TV upstairs. And he goes to my mom, he's like, hey, this is bad, you know? Well, my mom has no sense of smell, so she's like, oh, that's interesting. And so he goes to dispose of it, and I walk over to where he was standing, and like right away I'm hit with this smell where I start gagging. I'm like, oh, holy crap, what is that? And it was like one of the canned chickens had gone bad. Like, it either hadn't been closed properly or what. But that's probably the worst smelling thing I've ever smelled in my life, is rotten chicken. I'm gonna go rinse my cup out, grab a drink. Okay. So I'm going to pause this real quick. I'm going to pop outside. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Okay, let's dig another way down. Dingo Man Herbalist. What the heck? Oznaz. Look at this guy. Dingo Man Herbalist Rotten Butcher. He's a dingo man. That's pretty cool. This visitor is ready to leave. Developed empathy. Oh, wow. He learned how to be empathetic. That's really cool. Barley wine covering. He's covered in the blood. What the heck? Why is he covered in minotaur blood? Person with the head of a dingo. He's unbelievably strong and basically unbreakable. His hair is light brown, his skin is brown, his eyes are orange. Force. What's that? He has a great sense of empathy, but he has poor creativity, quite poor focus, a poor memory, and little patience. He is very friendly and always tries to say nice things to others, and he is conflicted by his nature since he would ideally prefer more strife in his life. Okay. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He is very humble. He is quite ambitious. He prefers to present himself modestly. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he is conflicted by this because he considers tranquility preferable to tumult, conceptually. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He tries to do things correctly each time. He does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dingo Man. The new one. Let's name him Dingy. Dingy the Dingo Man. He rolls around in dwarf blood. Yeah. Some kind of sicko. Well, it's either that or vomit. You know, take your pick. Holy crap, look at all the grass is gone. Like, are our animals gonna start dying? Because there's no grass? Like, I wonder if that's gonna happen. Hmm. Okay. Let's get this stairs dug out. And then we'll build a wall. Okay, they're on it. So I know we can cut these trees down and we can harvest the wood, but I don't know if there'd be much purpose to that. when we have all the wood up above ground. Kind of wanted to get down here just to have a look at it and see if anything happens. Okay, so we made it. We're in the caverns now. Let's build a wall. Let's take a look around here. There's stuff like dimple cups, mushrooms. Can we harvest the? Can we gather these? No, I don't. Oh, you can gather those. Cave spider. We could capture a cave spider. I think. Pretty sure you can. Okay, they're putting that wall up. Because we don't know what could show up from under here. There could be like any kind of thing, like bat people, giant monsters, like all kinds of stuff can show up. So having this open will just add more randomness to what's going on. Someone's actually exploring the cave. Let's follow him. Oh, what's this? Elk bird mangled skeleton. Dead cave wheat. A pool of elk bird blood. That's foreboding. Mothmen? There might be. Jeez, Mothmen. That's old, isn't it? Okay, let's cancel that. Let's put a door down. Mothman is West Virginia folklore. That's weird. That's not even that long ago. Demon? A demon? Okay. Sounds like fun. It's interesting because, like, it's only from the 60s. Like, I thought a Mothman was, like, really old, but apparently not. Okay, we have a door here. Dense floor fungus. Mass psychotropics. Wouldn't be surprised, right? Like, they claim that the Salem witch hunts were caused by ergot poisoning, which is a mold in wheat. So they think everyone got dosed and went crazy. Backdoor to the spirit world? Yeah, I believe it. mean, I've done some drugs in my time, and I've experienced some pretty crazy things. And it's funny, because, like, now that I do less drugs, I don't nearly experience anywhere near as much of that stuff as I used to. Like, probably the worst was when I did, like, oh, what's this? Giant mole. Oh, psychotropics. Oh, okay. I need to do a word search. Oh, it's just one is medicinal and the other is the other. Okay. Well, I think you're right on both accounts, Cindy. I think they both mean the same thing. But yeah, I took like it was like a meth or a speed, something like that. And for like about a couple of months after I took that drug, I felt like I was being haunted. It was really creepy. Like, I felt like otherworldly feelings, right? It was really strange. And yeah, I wouldn't wish that feeling on anyone. Like, the feeling that you're being haunted or whatever really sucks. But like, I would be scared to go to into the dark. I'd be scared to go to sleep. I was just scared all the time. But it's like, yeah, it's just a bad trip. Like, I've done mushrooms a bunch of times, and I've never had a bad trip on mushrooms. I've had close to a bad trip, but it wasn't really that bad. It just wasn't good, right? So, if it's not good, it's not necessarily bad. It's just not good. So, yeah, but I find synthetic drugs, like, it's funny, because, like, all drugs come from plants, but the way they're processed turns them into different drugs. So, like, opioids, right? Like, they're so addictive, but, like, I don't like the way they make you feel. Like, I don't like feeling depressed or relaxed. Like, I like feeling stimulated. So, like, when I smoke weed, I feel stimulated. Like, I'll relax when it wears off, but when I first take it, I feel stimulated. And that's more or less what I like about it. But that's not normally what it does to people. Like, normally you get like a body feeling and stuff like that. Like with me, I don't really feel it in my body that much. I feel it mostly in my head. Because like my body is always relaxed. Like I'm not stressed out, I'm not uptight, I'm not anything like that. I'm always relaxed. And I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing, but like I'd rather be relaxed than not relaxed. So it's funny that there are things that I like to do that make me not relaxed, and I enjoy those. Like certain video games, when I play them, I get excited, and that will make me psychotic, because like I'll get excited and then it makes me hallucinate. So I try to keep myself as calm as I can, as much as I possibly can. So like, talking to you folks, right? You know, that I find it relaxing. Like, I try not to talk about anything pointless, but it's relaxing for me to say this stuff, or like to read the stuff and respond to it. Like, I don't really have much going on, so to be able to talk about stuff is pretty relaxing. But like, me talking so much, that's also part of my thing, right? Like, there comes a point where you have to say, like, oh, is what I'm saying... Oh, plump helmets. Can I gather that? Yeah, I can. Let's gather all this stuff. Yeah, like, you have to think, like, is there a point to what I'm saying? Right? But it's my stream, so I can say whatever I want, basically. I'm going to try not to make it too edgy, like the last you know, a couple of our Dwarf Fortress streams have gotten a little bit edgy, and like that's okay. I don't mind if these streams are edgy or not. Like, it's fun talking about that stuff. But like, not everyone is into it, so I usually private those streams. But like, I know Sean had some stuff to say about the about on the one stream. And like, I do appreciate getting that perspective on stuff, like the pods, right? The pods from Switzerland. You told us about that. Just really interesting. Like, it's scary as all hell that people are building these things, but it's interesting. So, like, that's cool. Ugh. And, like, people have told me some interesting things on this channel. Like, I was playing a game, and a guy told me about these computers. They're called Spectrum computers. And it was basically a keyboard with a cassette player built into it. And that was the computer, was the keyboard. So all you had to do was plug it into a monitor, and there you go. You just ran the thing off the keyboard. But, like, they weren't very complicated. But, like, if you're doing text-based stuff, you know, then it does the job. And the fact that they use cassette tapes, well, you know, you have no shortage of storage. But the thing about cassette tapes is they're magnetic. So eventually cassette tapes and floppy disks and stuff like that, eventually they wear themselves out. And they won't work anymore. Oh, I'm paused. I'm like, why is nothing happening? It's because I'm paused. Giant mole. Are you gathering those plump helmets? But yeah, like, the thing about experimenting on people is, like, we know that they've done it because we hear about it, right? Like, we know that they were experimenting with drugs and mind control. And the thing is, like, you don't need to give someone drugs to control their mind. You just have to elicit the right kind of response from them. So, like, how do I put this? Like, if you're trying to convince someone of something that's not true, then you want to be as nice about it as possible, right? Because if you're nice, people will trust you. I didn't quite catch that one. Yeah, I all I saw of that was that you did a course. That's all I saw. Oh, spell check. Okay, yeah. Like, every time I want to type shit, it changes it to shot. I'm like, I don't give a shot about that. Like, that always annoys the crap out of me. Okay. To an audio cassette. Wow. That's amazing. Like, that was a while ago. And to think that they had computers available in those days, like, that's amazing. Like, that's the thing that's so cool about the modern age. Like, your cell phone is now powerful enough to be... Monstrous units were broken. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, it's like your cell phone is now strong enough that it can be a computer and play all these games and stuff like that are old games. Like, you don't need a computer to play games anymore. You can do it all on your phone, which is kind of amazing. But, like, I'll always prefer a computer to a handheld device because there's just more you can do with a desktop computer. Like, when I was streaming with just one monitor and I was using my phone for chat, like the phone wouldn't update the chat when people talked, so it wasn't that good for running a chat. So I got the second monitor. Okay, so this area looks like it goes around. No, those are cut off. Like this area here is totally set. Oh wait, there we go. That's where they intersect. Like this. Who's this? Needun. Shock supper. Are you lost? What are you doing down here? She's just hanging out down here. We'll gather those mushrooms while you're at it. Cindy, you've actually taken a lot of extra courses from the sound of it, because I know you've done college and stuff before. So you've done a lot of extracurricular schooling, which is really interesting. Like, I'd like to take a course or something like that, but I don't know what I would do. Like, I don't even know what's available. But I would like to learn something. But, yeah, I don't know what I would do. Like, I would like to learn sign language, but I don't think I have a brain for that. Just based on my experience with other languages. Oh, the barbecue. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was at the Royal Botanical Gardens, right? I remember that. That was pretty cool, because, like, the guy was, like, a professional chef, and he was showing us how to make different stuff. And I was the only guy there. Yeah, I was the only guy there. And the women were like, oh, I should introduce you to my daughter. I'm just like, holy cow. I'm just a regular dude, and I'm not really looking for that stuff. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, thanks for reminding me. Man, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, and then Easterbrook's hot dogs. Holy crap. That's some good shit. Gathering fruit and leaves. Yeah, I guess I did used to do stuff. I just was very choosy about what I did. But like, yeah, I always hated the idea of committing to something, like sticking to something. Like I always wanted to just do it as much as I wanted to do it and then stop. So like courses like that were a lot of fun. Like when I did adult day school, I took, what was it? I think biology and English. And that was fun. But, I don't know. Like, just regular high school classes are fine, but they don't really do anything for you. Like, I got a 90 in that English class, which was pretty surprising. Because, like, I had done so poorly before. But, like, English is my best class. Like, I used to think that science was my best, but no, English is my best class. Because, like, the ability to read a book or read a story and then turn that into some kind of an essay, like, I can do that. And some people can't. So, that is a skill that I have. And, like, I've used that skill to write posts and stuff like that. And even though I may not get like likes or anything like that, I still enjoy writing my posts. Like the thing about writing is you can write something and then you can change it, right? Until you get it to where you want it to be. Whereas with like talking, you know, when I talk, I say a lot of pointless stuff because I'm talking, and when I write, you know, it's not the same thing. Like, I don't speak the way I write, and I don't write the way I speak. It's like a different thing. But it is my best class. And, like, English teachers would either love me or they'd hate me. Usually they loved me, but a couple English teachers hated me because they're on the side of order. Like, I don't think this is like what I think of society. It's a bell curve where 50% are the average and they sit in the middle. Then 25% are at one side on order, and 25% are at the other side on chaos. So most people sit in the middle with average, and they don't really follow chaos or order. And chaos and order are not the same as good and evil. Like, chaos is like crime, and order is like justice, right? They're not inherently good or evil, but they do good and evil things depending on who's utilizing them. So that's why it's like they sit on the extremes of society. Because, like, justice is usually extreme. So most of the people are just living in the average, right? This is where we're not really political. You know, we're not really, like, prejudiced. We're not really anything. We just live our lives. And that's most of the people in the world. And that's a fine place to be. But, like, the thing about people that live in chaos or order is that they don't appreciate the average. Like, they live in the extreme, so they think the extreme is where it's at. So people like that are kind of crazy, right? Like, they think, oh, you know, the whole world should be like this. But if it was, it would be either chaos or order. So, like, a totalitarian society, that's like the extreme version of order, right? Like the corporate dystopia that we all like to fantasize about, where the government doesn't really have any control over things anymore. It's all up to the corporations, which very, very well could happen, you know? You never know what could happen in 100 years. So, and then the people that live in chaos are like the criminals, right? Like, look at the things criminals have done. Like, they built Atlantic City, they built Vegas, they built a lot of stuff, these criminal families, because they had all this money, so they used it to develop. And the government's not going to complain, hey, you're developing these cities for us? Great, thanks. You know, they appreciate that. Let's gather these plump helmets. So that's the thing. A lot of criminal enterprises have done a lot of good things by spending their money on society. So yeah, even though like Las Vegas is the gambling capital of the world, doesn't mean there aren't people living there living their best lives. Like, there's a lot of people living their best lives there, or like vacationing there. So like, it's a, you know, pretty popular place. It's not like it's a place nobody wants to go. It's not like, oh, this place was built by criminals, so I will shun this place. You know, it's not like that at all. So that's where, like, chaos still serves a purpose. You know, it does do good things from time to time. And, like, children are chaotic, right? Children are definitely chaotic, because, like, they don't understand the meaning of things. So they're generally chaotic. Like, kids will do stuff, right, that's wrong, without knowing that they're doing the wrong thing. That's why you have to be patient with them. Because, like, yeah, people want to fight, and they want to squabble, and they want to, like, argue and stuff like that. Like, they want to do those things, but they shouldn't. So that's where you have to learn a bit of order. You know, a bit of order is good, because if it keeps you from doing something bad, that's not such a bad thing, is it? Like, if I had just followed order and never did drugs, you know, if I had done that, you know, what would my life have been like? You know, I probably would still be working or still be doing this or still be doing that. I wouldn't have had the perspective to change what I want to do. Like when I worked at Costco, it's not that it wasn't a bad job, you know, but I didn't want to do it for the rest of my life. Like I was like 22 or 23. Like I didn't want to do it for the rest of my life. And I wouldn't want to go back to that either because the place has changed, right? It wouldn't be the same thing as when I went, so I don't know if I'd be able to do it or not. Same with Tim Hortons. Like the ones that I used to work at are owned by different people, so I don't even know if they would hire me. Probably not. Because, like I quit, right? So if you quit, people aren't going to give you a second chance. Just straight up. That's just how it is. Dina Leafy Bowl. That's a cute name for a kid. Dina. Okay. So people are exploring the caves. That's fine. I need a door. What's all this? Floor fungus? What the heck? How is floor fungus spreading? We opened up the cavern and now there's floor fungus spreading everywhere. Okay, well we need a door. Let's make a door. And we'll use it to open up another path into the caverns. Okay, she's making the door. Okay, that was fast. There it is. Okay, let's dig that up, and I'll put a door there. That's incredible. Floor fungus is spreading all throughout the fort. I think this person is trapped. Yeah, holy crap, she was trapped. Petition, join. Yes, join. Everyone can join. Okay. I'll be right back. Let's use the bathroom. Okay, everyone's exploring the caverns now. Okay, we don't have any super angry dwarves anymore. Excellent. No, I can't dig down there. What's this? Lord Consort? Iron Mask. It's kind of freaky looking. Store item in a barrel. Okay, so they're gonna check this place out. They're gonna look for resources. Yeah, this floor fungus is everywhere now. Oh, and it's growing stuff too. That's cool. Okay, it's summer, so maybe there'll be some vegetables or fruit that we can gather. Yeah, look at that. All right, let's get a gather order going. I wouldn't be surprised if you couldn't get rid of it, because like they probably just carry it on them wherever they go. There's a ton of stuff. Holy cow. Oh, I forgot about these folks. The naked elves. Bunch of naked elves just hanging out at the edge of the forest. That's pretty funny. Okay, there we go. That should be... Everyone should be out gathering now. Probably wouldn't be such a bad thing to have floor fungus. Because stuff will probably grow off of it too, like here. I don't know what that is. Fungi wood. Can we chop that down? No, it's just there. Quarry bushes. Can I gather this? Yeah, I can gather these. Oh, 43 out of 45. Excellent. That's really good. Glad I was able to help. Yeah, I was telling her about Mom doing homework for me. And she only got like an 81%. She's like, what? I worked harder than that. Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. Like, my mom actually did my homework for me sometimes. That's just... It's embarrassing, but... shows she cares. You know, my problem with school was always that if I didn't feel interested in it, I wouldn't want to do it. Just straight up. That's how it is. Maybe we should dig this out a bit more. Oh yeah, for how? That's funny. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, Mom's a good student, right? Like, she was one of those kids that always was asking questions and always seeking answers. Like, if I had gone to school with my mom, I probably would have thought she was a nerd and I wouldn't have talked to her. But, like, she knew stuff. She was interested in stuff, right? Like, she knew history. So, one of the girls in her class was from Brazil. And she was blonde. So, Mom is like, oh, was your dad an SS officer? You know, a Nazi. And she's like, I don't know. So she went home and asked him, and he's like, yeah, I was an SS officer. So a lot of Nazis went to Brazil to get away from Hitler and get away from the Allies. And then they ended up making their way up to America and Canada. Which is funny. Plump helmets? Oh, plump helmets grow from that? Oh, that's awesome. If I could grow plump helmets, that would be great. Yeah, look how fast that's spreading. Just dig all that out. I remember one of your sons, bunch of German people were killed after the war was done. Yeah, not surprised there. Yeah, they probably had to flee their country because of the Soviet Union and then the Allies chopping their country up in half. Man, like, I mean, what could you do, right? Like, the Soviet Union was just so powerful. No, that's the last thing that the Allies would have needed was to go to war with the Soviet Union. And that's the thing that sucks, right? Like, we helped build that beast, right? America was building machinery and weapons for the Soviet Union to help fight the Japanese and the Germans. But they ended up being our worst enemy. And, like, you know, the Nazis were bad, but the Soviet Union was even worse than them. See, we know what the Nazis did because they told us, right? But the Russians haven't told us what they have done. They never told us anything about what they have done. We have no idea what it's like to be in the Soviet Union or Russia or whatever. Just regular people? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the people that weren't involved in anything. You know? They got killed. Ton Orenlid withdraws from society. Okay, well, we'll just have to see what he makes. Ugh. Look at this stuff spread. Where's this mud coming from? Underground preacher? Man, that would be scary. Do you know what country that was? That he was in? Like, was that, Germany or whatever? Oh, Soviet-run Ukraine. Yeah, like the Soviet-run Ukraine was probably the worst part of the whole damn thing. Yeah, couldn't be a Christian. Like, ridiculous. Like, what? Is Russia not a Christian country? Russian Orthodoxy. Wow, an estimated 2.6% of the population is Christian. That's very small. Probably 30 years ago? Yeah. It's funny. According to Google AI, there's more Muslims in Russia than Christians. Which is kind of amazing that Muslims would want to live in Russia. But, I mean, if you look the right way, you can fit in anywhere, right? Like, I'll never fit into any of those places. I look too English. You know? Like, and a lot of people have misgivings about England, right? Because, like, the Empire. But, you know, that wasn't me. I hope this just grows and turns into mushrooms. That would be awesome. Yeah, 30 years ago. So what is it? Colonizer? Yeah, I'm a colonizer. Dirty colonizer. Which is funny, because, like, why didn't other places do that? Like, why wouldn't Africa try to colonize the world, you know? Like, why wouldn't they do that? Maybe they did and we just don't know about it, you know? Like, you never hear about that. You only hear about Europeans doing colonization. But, like, I'm sure other people have done that. Like, let's look that up. Oh, I'm, like, waiting for it to grow and it's paused again. African colonizers. The scramble for Africa. That's so sad. Has Africa colonized any other countries? Yeah, see, like, I can't find anything about that. Like, I just don't get that, right? Like, I'm sure that Africa has colonized another country at one point or another. Like, what are they called? The Moors, right? So the Moors were, I think they were Islamic Africans, and they tried to conquer Europe. So like Iberia or Spain, as it's known as now. Victor's right to history, exactly. So like the Moors had tried to take over Spain. Africans were oral tradition. Well, there you go. That's why there's no history. They might still remember, but they're not telling us. Oh, I'm stupid idiot. I'm paused. Play. Yeah, that's the problem with oral traditions, right? Is it's very easy to lose that stuff. But they weren't counting on people showing up and getting rid of people, right? Yeah, that's really too bad. That's why I wish I knew other languages. Like, I wish I knew French. Because there's a lot of history you can only get if you read French. So, like, a lot of African history would be in French because France is one of the biggest colonizers of Africa right now. Like, a lot of European countries did it, but if you're looking at the modern day, France has their military deployed in Africa, fighting rebels, they say. So, like, there still are colonizers, but it's not Canada. Like, Canada has never done anything like that except to itself, right? Like, that's the thing. We only colonized Canada. So, yeah, like, we did what we did. And we don't have to pay for it, unfortunately. We don't have to pay for it. Like, having people not like you because of something your ancestors did, that's kind of irrelevant, right? Unless they plan on killing you, then that would suck. But, like, I didn't have a direct hand in anything. It's just my ancestors. So it just comes down to if you hold people accountable the right way or not. Like, the thing about indigenous people is they had to come from somewhere, right? They didn't just sprout out of a hole in the ground. So, like, people migrate. Like, people are really smart. Let's put it that way. People are really smart. They can figure stuff out. They can do stuff, right? They can sail. They can read the stars. They know how to read the stars. They can sail across the ocean. Like, people will surprise you with what they can do. And the thing is, like, people have forgotten how to do stuff, but I mean, how hard have we really tried to figure it out? Like, whenever they're trying to make something of historical importance, they talk about, like, living the way they used to live, right? And like, we only really know so much about the way they used to live because there's not a lot left over, right? Like, it's easy to study European history because a lot of the structures are still there. Like the ancient Romans, right? Their stuff is still everywhere. Oh, a stray cat has been found dead. Spattering of cat blood. The cat is fighting. The stray cat's neck skids along the ground and the part splits in gore. An artery has been opened by the attack. Dingo man. This cat. The dog jumps out of the cat's flight path and the cat opens its own artery. The cat slams into an obstacle. The cat is no longer stunned. I don't know what that's all about. But, okay. Wonder if the dingo man's still here. Elk birds. A lot of dead monkeys. Holy cow. Lush the Bard. Okay, we're still making drinks. That's good. Turn the camera off so you don't see me. Don't want to see any devices. Excuse me. What are these skeletons from? Are they going to dump all these skeletons into the water like they should? This is blood. Cat blood. Oh no. Cats are at it again. Okay. Man, food is at 11,000. Holy crap. Man, like if you're looking for a place just to survive, like this is the place. Getting so much food from the river and from the plants is ridiculous. Okay, let's get the military training. Give them something to do. that? Some kind of squirrel, but it disappeared. Cindy, did your husband ever play The Witcher? Or do you know anything about The Witcher? Because they announced the next one at the Game Awards last week. I wasn't sure if Bro played it or not. Okay, yeah. So it'll be no big deal to you then. But okay, yeah, all right. Back when he still had time to play games. I know he still plays games now, but I know it's like when you're a parent, like you don't have any spare time. You know, like if I had a kid, I would not be able to not think about what that kid was doing at all times, you know? I'd be kind of like overbearing as a parent. Like, I would want to know what they were doing. So I'd be like calling them up and stuff like that or whatever. But yeah. So anyway, the next game you're going to play as Geralt's daughter. Not by blood, by destiny, right? He trains her to use a sword and how to fight. But she has elf blood, so she has magical powers. So she'll be able to do stuff that he won't be able to do, which is cool. But they finally announced a game that I'd be like, oh, you know, I might play that, you know? And, yeah, it's a good series. Has some weird stuff about it. Like, it's Polish, right? It's a Polish story. And, you know, just comes a lot from their mythology about monsters and stuff like that. But it's pretty cool. Like, the monsters aren't from their planet. The monsters are from another planet. Which is pretty cool. They call it the conjoining of the spheres. Like, the borders between dimensions was thin. And monsters came through from the other side. I think so did elves and stuff like that, too. They came from the other side. And then they settled on the humans' planet. Okay, it's autumn now. Yeah, like I enjoy the game. Like it's got a unique feel to it. Like it's not like Dungeons and Dragons where everything's kind of like nice and happy. It's more like Game of Thrones where everything's kind of shitty. It's like shitty fantasy where like society sucks. And it's full of, like, war and bloodshed. Which they totally failed to capture in the show. Like, the show was like, oh, look at how sophisticated we are, you know? That totally is not the point of the story at all. Like, The Witcher talks against classism and power and hierarchy, but in the show, they kind of, like, revel in it, which they usually do. Like, any excuse to get women dressed up in fancy clothes, you know, they'll take, because women look so powerful in dresses, which I think is kind of funny, because, like, a dress is the least practical thing to wear to a fight. You know, you can't really fight in a dress, so I think dresses are kind of ridiculous. Yeah, they look nice, but, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing a woman in a suit, you know? So, you know, like, some people like to wear dresses, you know, that's fine, or skirts or whatever, but, like I've never worn a kilt. I don't know if I'd like it or not. Like, when I was in the hospital and I wore the gown, I kind of found those comfortable. Joan of Arc. She wore armor, right? Yeah. Sad story, like, totally sad story, right? Like, here, let's take a look here. She's a saint, right? Yeah. Oh, posthumously. Okay. Yeah, I don't think she ever would have been suited up in real life. Like, they wouldn't have spent money on a woman to be armored up. The most, if not all of them? Oh, I see. Yeah, I could see some people having, what's this? The heck? It's a hole. Yeah, definitely a sad story. Because, like, wasn't she burned at the stake? At the age of 19. She was accused of wearing men's clothing. She's assured of salvation. $1920. Holy crap. So that's the thing, like, being a woman, like, there's not a lot of women in religion, you know, because, like, they're not allowed to, or whatever. Like, I don't really understand. Like, apparently only men can be priests in Christianity or whatever, right? Like, women can be nuns, but they can't be priests. So, like, I don't understand that, but, like, those are the rules, so whatever. But, like, to think that wearing men's clothes was a crime for a woman at one point, you know? Just like it would have been for a man to be a crime to wear women's clothes, but, like, they do it in stage plays and stuff like that, right? Like, we learned about that in school, like ancient Greece, right? They did the stage plays, and the guys would dress up like women. You know, like, who cares? Like, for grade 6 for Halloween, I wore a dress to school and lipstick. I didn't wear a wig because I didn't want to be too into the role, but I wore a dress. And I'll say it was quite comfortable. Because when you don't wear pants, like, it gets hot down there, right? But wearing a dress or like a kilt, right? You don't feel sweaty in your nether regions. It's quite nice. Like, I'm wearing underwear, right? The fish cleaner's been found dead. What the heck? Sigun is dead. Alright, well, you know what happens, right? Sigun. Let's make him a stone. Yeah, like, this is a video game, but it's called Warhammer 40k, 40,000. And there are women that fight. They're called the Sisters of Battle. They're basically nuns that fight. Like, they have power armor and flamethrowers and stuff. So it's not that there aren't female fighters in the universe. They're just a special order. Well, in the latest Warhammer, they wanted to make female space marines. And people raged over it. They're like, oh, you can't have female custodes. That's sacrilegious. It's like, well, is it really so far out of the realm of possibility to have female space marines. Like, is it really that big of a deal? Like, to me it's not, but to some people it is. But, like, at the same time, I'll be like, oh, the Witcher 4 trailer, Ciri drinks a potion, and I'm like, what, did Witchy do the Trial of the Grasses? Because you have to do the Trial of the Grasses to be able to drink potions, because otherwise it's poison to you. But I'm like, oh, well, she's got elf blood, so who gives a shit? You know, like, I'm not going to take things so seriously that I'm going to, like, write something out of the realm of possibility. You know, like, it's kind of ridiculous to do that. Like, you're limiting yourself, and you should never limit yourself. You should have as many possibilities as you can. So, but what people really wanted was to be able to make their own character. And I can understand that, right? You'd think by, like, the 4th game, they would have given you the ability to make your own character. But, like, The Witcher is a very much story-driven experience, and Ciri is technically the main character. So she needs to have her own game. So, like, no one's going to complain that she's female, right? They're just going to complain about some sort of narrative thing that doesn't jive with their sensibilities. And that's fine, you know, some people are like that. But, you know, like what they say, if you don't like something, you don't have to do anything about it, right? Like, no one is forcing you to consume stuff that is poison to you. So, like, there's a game, Dragon Age Veilguard, that has, like, a lot of trans-affirming stuff. And that's fine. Like, if you want to put that in your game, go right ahead. But, I'm not interested in it because I'm not trans. So it doesn't appeal to me. Like, do I have to be into that to be a respectable human being? No, I don't. But some people think you have to approve of everything. Otherwise, you're a jerk. But that's not true. Like, all you have to do is let things exist, right? Like, there are people that want to be Nazis. You know? Like, hey, if that's what you want to do, man, do it. Just don't bother me with it. Right? Like, we live in a free society. Like, people can do whatever they want, basically. So, if you're into that stuff, that's fine. Like, there's a place for you. Right? So, I don't need to engage with it. So, that doesn't make me a jerk. Lots of Nazis in Ukraine. According to, the Russians, yeah. Like, I don't know much about the countries responsible for this. Like, I don't know much about Russia or Ukraine. I've known people from both of those countries, and all I know about them is that they argue a lot. Right? So there's no love lost between those two countries. But, like, to say that there's a bunch of Nazis, like, I don't know, man. Like, that seems kind of funny. Like, I think all the Nazis live in America because they're the ones that took them in. Okay, you look it up. Yeah, because this is what we were doing, right? We took all of the Nazis and we took them back to our country and we debriefed them. And we extracted them for every ounce of knowledge that they had. Okay, cool. And, you know, we learned a lot from what they did. Like, it's terrible, the things that they did, but they helped teach us a lot of stuff, which is kind of scary, right? Like, science has no politics, but it's extremely dangerous, right? So, like, rocketry, right? The Germans were way ahead of the game in rocketry. Like, they developed the pulse engine for the V1 buzz bomb, which is, like, no one had ever seen anything like it. It was, like, futuristic, basically. And, you know, people talk about a lot of their secret weapons projects. Like, they developed the flying wing. Like the B-2 stealth bomber. The Germans developed the flying wing type of aircraft. Like, they developed that. So, all of that knowledge, it didn't go to waste. And, like, all the medicine, right? Like, they tortured a lot of people and experimented on them, but we learned how drugs worked and how to make drugs and how to do all this stuff, right? Like, it's terrible, but, you know, we learned a lot from that stuff. So, like, modern medicine wouldn't be where it was at if we didn't take all those German scientists in. So, like, Bayer is a huge pharmaceutical company in the States. Well, it used to be in Germany. I'm pretty sure. Like, let me look that up so that I'm sure. Yeah, it's a German pharmaceutical company. So, yeah, aspirin. They sold aspirin. So, like, in America, you've probably seen Bayer products, right? It's German. So, like, people know that they were experimenting on people. So did we. Like, we've all done that stuff. Because, oh, they volunteered for it, right? Like, if they volunteer for it, it's no big deal. But then they die, and it's like, oh, crap, they died. But, like, they're not responsible. Like, it's all for science. So, it's pretty scary to think about. So, yeah, to think that one country is full of Nazis, like, I'm gonna look that up. Like, Ukrainian Nazis. According to NBC, Ukraine has a neo-Nazi problem. The thing is, like, just because you're fascist doesn't mean you're a Nazi. I think that's kind of silly. Like, I can't read this because I'd have to subscribe to it, but, denazification. Like, yeah. Like, Russia's the only one that's saying that there's Nazis in the Ukraine. Like, they're everywhere, just like any other group, right? Like, we live in a world where you can use your computer and you can talk to people on the other side of the planet, right? So people can organize really easily. So yeah, they exist. Like, everyone knows about neo-Nazis, right? Like, we've seen them all before. And, you know, they're everywhere. But it's a very small percentage of the population. So that's why they're allowed to exist, because we spy on them. And we study them. You know, we make sure they're not going to do anything bad. Because, like, you know, that's the cost of freedom. Like, the cost of freedom is there's going to be people that want to do bad things. You know? Like bullies, right? Bullies exist everywhere. They're not any one group. Bullies are everywhere. So, you just got to do what you can do, right? Withstand them or whatever. Because, like, man, they're everywhere. So, there's not much you can do about it. You just have to build up a resilience to it. But, like, if they ever started kicking down doors, you know, I'd be worried, right? But it never gets to that point. Like, they parade and they drill and they hang out and they organize. And those are guys that need a hobby, right? They're people that are missing something in their lives. And they need to fill it with something. Right? So some of them get into extreme stuff. Like I was talking about the bell curve, right? Most people live in the average. But there are some that lean towards chaos or order. And, like, you know, it's all the same stuff, right? Nazis, Soviet, like, communists, you know, fascists, socialists. It's all the same thing. It's people that want to have control of their other people. And, you know, I'm not one of those people. I don't want to be responsible for somebody else. Like, I'll help people. Like, let's work together. Let's team up. Let's work together and build something, right? Like, that's my point of view. Like, work together and build something. But some people want to destroy. So what do, right? You know? Like, that's the thing you gotta worry about. Like, what do you do when someone wants to mess with you? Like, there's not a whole lot you can do, right? Yeah, this place is packed. They're all praying to their various things. Everyone's praying or meditating on stuff. Okay, the liaison from the mountain homes is here. Merit deserves reward. Now power to establish this colony as an official land of our realm. We're officially in the realm. Sweet. I can scarcely believe this good news. I have some recommendations. Elevate whom? Let's just pick this guy at the top. Asdul Gutgashifkad. Drinks and fish is expected to be sold. Okay. Cat has been found dead. Weird. And this fungus stuff is spread like crazy. Look at that. Plump helmets. Nice. No worries. You gotta do what you gotta do. And it just kind of grows wherever. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Or a metropolis. It's cool. Above brigade. Oh, Azov. Yeah. I think the thing about stupid autocorrect, yeah, the thing that makes them seem so scary is that they're not. Well, they're basically like a terrorist organization, right? They're militaristic and they're not backed by the government. Like the military backs them as a guard unit, but they're not military, right? It's a militia. So, like people like that are like mercenaries, right? They're not a soldier. They're a mercenary. And like 2014 was when they got invaded the first time. So it makes sense that a group like that would spring up. But like their symbol or whatever, yeah, you know, it kind of is like Nazi style, but you know, it's not a swastika. I'm just gonna say that it's not a swastika. So to say that they're like a Nazi, I think it's kind of funny. Because, like, there's groups like that in other countries. Like, there's groups like that in the States, right? Like the militias and things like that. And they're basically the same thing. It isn't? Yeah. Yeah, like, I've never been interested in stuff like that. So, like, I don't really know. I don't really see the appeal of it. Like, I used to think soldiers were cool, but, like, you know, I'm not really soldier material. You know? You have to look it up again? Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing about the Azov Brigade is that, yeah, it's only been around since the first invasion of the Ukraine, so I wouldn't really call them like a Nazi group. Like the Russians might see it that way because these guys are anti-Russia. But like, if you're not Russian, then what do you have to worry about? You know, you're not in the same season? No. You know, I find a lot of that stuff to be kind of like depressing. So like I used to read up on the war all the time. Yeah, there was more? Yeah. Well, no big deal. Like, I know this for a fact that if you try to look up much information, like if you use Google as a search engine, a lot of the stuff won't come up. Because of being bought off. Like, you have to use a different search engine to get a lot of information. And one of those I know of is DuckDuckGo. If you use that as a search engine, then you might get more. Let's look that up. Okay, so here's something. Yeah, so I used DuckDuckGo, and Azov Brigade is executing Russian prisoners. Straight up executing them. So, like, they captured a recon unit, they executed the commander, and got the rest of the soldiers to surrender. Like, they were already captured, but, like, yeah. So they executed their commander. So that's not exactly following the rules of military conduct. Like, the problem with the Russian-Ukrainian war is it's very political, right? Very political for them. because the Russians have been taking a dump on the Ukrainians for as long as we can remember. So, I mean, that's just history that we know, right? We don't know what the real history is. Probably just a bunch of bloodshed, right? So yeah, I mean, if they're willing to execute people, that's pretty brutal. Like, there's people that want to romanticize conflict, right? You know, we do it in movies all the time. Like, we romanticize conflict. Like, the action hero spraying down a horde of enemies with a machine gun, you know? Like, oh, wow, that's awesome. I love watching that. But if you actually had to do it and you saw the bullets ripping through their bodies and their screams of agony as they die, you know, you'd probably change your mind about it. But not a lot of movies really fixate on the horror of bloodshed. Like, there's more of a fascination with it, right? Like TV shows about serial killers. Oh, like, look, they study them so much, right? You know, like, oh, this is like what they are deep down and inside, you know? These broken people. It's like, why do we idolize these brutal people? You know, it's kind of weird. Like, if more people believed in Jesus Christ, then there'd be a lot less strife, because Jesus never, as far as I know, never called anyone on to do harm to somebody else. You know, if there's more people like that in the world, then maybe there'd be a lot less bloodshed. Because there is enough space to go around. Like, I don't know why people fight, you know? It's just brutal. Like, people don't need to steal from each other. Like, if the governments of the world really wanted to stop crime and stop bloodshed, they'd get rid of the inequalities of the world. You know, like, I don't make a lot of money because I'm on disability, but it's like, how do they expect me to live a life on what they pay me? You know? They more or less expect you to mooch off your family. So, like, it's someone else's problem. It's not their problem. But it should be. So, like, we used to have a trailer park, and I'm like, oh, man, that's where I'm going to live when I grow up. And they got rid of the trailer park, and they put in an old folks' home, and the place looks like a prison. Oh, nice. My favorite streamer is streaming, so I'll have something to do when I hop off here. I'm not ready to jump off yet. Still wouldn't mind chit-chatting for a little bit, but I am going to pause this, and I gotta use the bathroom, and I'll step outside, and I'll be right back. There's no social services in Greece. Yeah, so it's all in the family. Which, it's kind of a shame, because you think the government's there to back you up. But, no, it's the other way around. You're there to back them up. Like, if I didn't have family, what would I do? You know, I wouldn't know where I would go. No clue. Like, the most I could afford is a room in someone's house. That's it. And then your stuff will get stolen. So. Because the only people that live like that are the people that have to live like that. Like, I've looked up many times, you know, where can I live? And there's just nothing. You know, it's all rooms in someone's house. So you don't control who you live with. Like, I already had roommates, and they ate my food. And these are my friends, right? A stranger is not going to have any qualms about eating your food. No, it's not feasible. And it's like that on purpose, right? Like, basically what they're doing is they're pushing me into the system. Yeah, like, this computer, like, I couldn't hang on to that at some place. They would steal it and sell it for drugs. You know? So, like, what do you do with yourself? Like, you murder them and then you go to prison, right? And for what? A computer. Like, roommates suck. Because everyone wants to control the space. Or they have some kind of a secret. Ugh. Like, if you want to hate people, live with them. Or date them, or whatever. Like, I'm just so fed up of people, you know, taking advantage of me because I'm simple. You know, like, just because I'm a nice guy, you know. It just happens, it happened every single time. Like, every relationship I had was unbalanced. Except the one with my family. Like, when people respect you, they won't push you around, right? They'll let you make mistakes because you should learn from your mistakes. Like, no one in my family is like, oh, you gotta be more like this or you gotta be more like that. No, like, I am who I am because of my choices. So, they had a role to play in that. Like, they helped me figure out who I am. But they don't dictate who I am, and they shouldn't. Like, when your kids grow up, right? When do you stop telling them what to do? Like, there has to be a line, right? So, I learned at a young age that if I behave the right way, no one gets after me for anything. So, I just didn't do anything that got me in trouble. Until I got older. Like, once I got older and I couldn't control myself anymore, then that's when I started doing stuff and people were like, what the heck? Like, what is going on with this guy? And there's not a whole lot you can do when someone's going crazy. Like, nothing you say or do is going to make that person feel better or change. Like, the only thing that can change you is medication. So you got to get on the right stuff. And everyone needs medication, right? Like, you get old, right? You need help keeping you alive, so you take your medication. You know, and if you didn't have that, you would die. That's just how it is. So we're able to extend life, right? People are living longer. They're living better. Even though, oh yeah, you know, bad stuff happens to some people, but in general, people are doing pretty darn well. Like, poverty exists. And if you live in certain countries, you'll have seen sort of what that looks like. But, like, peasant has been struck down. What the hell? Ton Orenled has gone berserk. Ton Orenled is fighting. The guy got scratched by a cat. Well, like, I don't know. I got no clue. He just went crazy. What can you do? Ton Orenled. Alright, well, we need to make a, witchamadoodle, a stone for him. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if we've heard this song yet. No, this is the first time in the whole time we've been playing. Plump helmets, yes. Hopefully this will turn into a plump helmet field. That would be awesome. Dude gets scratched by a cat, goes berserk, and has a pickaxe lodged into his lung. God damn. Well, there you go. That was a spicy little number by the Dwarf Fortress dudes. Oh man, his head is just sitting there. Someone's got to clean it up. Okay, someone took his head. Now they just have to pick up his body. What's this? Sweet pods. The heck is this purple gas everywhere? Lebash Morzerak Gruel. You'll have what? A stone for him? Huh. Look at all these buckets of water just sitting around here. Worship! 6 children, holy cow. Three boys and 3 girls. Wow, that's a nice spread. How old is the youngest? 5? So he was born here. Drinking. Kid's getting drunk as usual. He's a dabbling cook. Chef Ramsay. That'll be his name. He has great intuition, a good kinesthetic sense, and a way with words, but he has poor focus, poor creativity, a poor memory, and a very bad sense of empathy. He is gripped by a crippling shyness after being uncovered in 104. He is currently more shameless. He is completely oblivious to any connection of neatness and will just leave things strewn about without a care. After being forced to drink vomit in 106? What the hell? So, he accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He has a calm demeanor. He does not often feel lustful. I hope he's a kid. I hope not. He can handle stress. After experiencing trauma in 105, he is a friendly individual. He doesn't seek out excitement. He is currently more rude. He is currently more fearless. He is currently more confident. He is currently less private. He is currently more thoughtless. He becomes very rigid when he's angry. He often touches others during conversations when he's nervous. He licks his lips when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. Everyone says that. He's euphoric due to inebriation. Someone forced him to drink vomit. That's fucking gross. Just blood everywhere, randomly. Okay, maybe we should gather some plants. There's not really anything out right now. Oh, there is some stuff there. Yeah, not really ripe yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, just wait. Wait until next year. Let's check their skills. Legendary axe dwarf. Holy cow. She's pretty strong. Oyster snarling. The heck? Okay, we're still brewing drinks. You can get pretty deep in this game. We should keep digging. Go down to 50. Get some stairs going down. Okay, someone's on it.
An elf. Herbalist. Okay, well, they're doing that. Construction of certain goods. What is that? Diorites. Cat is fighting. Godin has become a sword master. Nice. Oh, gold. I think it's the first time I've ever seen gold. I keep forgetting about these people. The naked elves. Professional herbalists. Just a bunch of naked elves smoking weed. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with them. Like, are they a part of the fort? Good question. Depain. Yeah, they're just, they're neutral, but, yeah, they won't leave. This could be a bug. Let's look it up. Naked elves. Huh. Yeah, nothing online about it. So no idea. I could probably kill them. But that would be kind of brutal thing to do. Bemu has cooked a masterpiece. Wow. Over 11,000 food. No one's had the monkey meat yet. Not surprised there. I would not eat monkey meat either. Eat, drink, sleep, store item. Diagnose patient. There's no one to diagnose a patient. The hillocks of Chamber Pet, a short walk to the northeast, looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity and has been incorporated into your holdings. Okay, sounds cool. Okay, so she was not actually assigned to the medical lab, but she is now. Yeah, doctor. Okay, should be going to work now. Gold nuggets. Yeah, let's get the scoop all that up. So this place here, this little place, make a request, is economically linked to us. That's cool. Smoky quartz. That sounds pretty cool. Doesn't look too bad here. Must be pretty cloudy where you are, Cindy. That's what I hate about this time of the year. It gets dark so early. Like, this is my least favorite time of the year. I hate when it's dark. Like, Mom and Bro are going to go watch your grandson tonight. And I hate when they have to drive at night. Anyone. I hate when anyone has to drive at night because, there's more risk, right? So, just hope that everyone makes it home safely. Where are they taking those quartzes? Babby boy, yeah. Gonna have a baby girl pretty soon too. Holy cow. Taking all the stuff back up. Got a bunch of hematite. What's this? Large rats. Ooh, rodents of unusual size. Yeah. Rodents of unusual size is a good meme. Like, the only game I know for sure was Fallout New Vegas. You could get a perk that added more pop culture references to the game. And so you'd go into a cave and they were called rodents of unusual size. It was pretty cool. They were full of iron bars. It's interesting how this stuff spread across the whole fort. I think that's kind of cool. Like, as soon as we broke into the underground caves, basically opened up the whole place. Okay, let's go down. Yeah, let's dig deeper. $75. Let's dig deep. How far can we go? Minus 129. Okay, so we'll go to minus 75. Yeah, what can we do with gold nuggets? Probably make something out of gold. Gold. Make gold blocks. Can make a lot of stuff out of gold. Gold sarcophagus. That would be cool. Cancelled. The heck? Oh. We don't have any charcoal. Yeah, we can't smelt without charcoal. Melt gold ore. Okay, yeah, so we need fuel. Yeah, we'll probably need more bins. A masterwork has been lost. The hell? Bemble. Who's Bemble? Daktovish. So someone stole food. Okay. So a dead cat at the front door. It's the first thing you want to see when you walk into a place is a dead cat. Let's pick that up. Bunch of dead animals. What the heck? It's like the cats have been busy. Holy cow. Bunch of dead animals. Toad. Rotten rat. Toad. Bush tit. Okay. Well, it's 4 o'clock. I've been up for 4 hours. I'm going to sign off now. Going to go do some stuff and get down to business. So I'll leave it here. Okay, let's save the game. Yeah, so it's been fun. I don't feel like we strayed too far off topic today, so I'll be able to keep this one up. We didn't talk about murdering anybody or anything like that, so yeah. Anyway, I had fun chatting with you today, Cindy, as always. It's always good to hang out with you. And yeah, be back again next Tuesday for more Dwarf Fortress. So I'm planning on getting back into doing streaming like 6 days a week. So you will see me on more, right? So yeah, but the Tuesdays will still be Dwarf Fortress, but I am gonna play like Stalker tomorrow, Stalker Call of Pripyat, because I want to finish that off, and then Thursdays, I'll probably play Terraria on Thursday. That's what I'm thinking, because I don't want to play Warhammer 3 anymore. I'm just not, like, really into it like I used to be. And then Fallout on Friday. Skyrim on Saturday. And then yesterday I was going to play Neverwinter, but I had to sleep. So Mondays will be Neverwinter. I'll be doing the next, what do you call it? Next expansion of that. So yeah, anyway, it's been fun. Thanks for watching.